And we are live. Hello.
Hi.
So at this point, we have three people. The fourth person, Mel, is going to join a little bit later. As some of you might know, Mel is in Australia, and it's really, really early for her. She's going to join us in a little bit. Right, what time is it now? It's, I think, 5 a.m. So she's going to join in a while, not in the next half hour. She's still sleeping.
We'll be here.
Yeah. So, all right. So for people who are joining this completely new, who have never done this, let me just quickly explain what we're doing. That also gives people time to get the notification and come and join us, and then we can do some quick introductions. So what we are going to do is some live reading sprints. That means I'm going to put a timer on the screen, and we're going to be reading muted. Everybody reads their own book or does something productive, whatever you want, whatever you feel like, whatever you need to get a kick for getting done, do it. And then after the timer's up, we're going to come back and chat about books, about everything, about life, about whatever comes to our mind, about whatever you are going to ask us or comment on. And we tend to go off on like very interesting topics here. So let's just do some quick introductions and talk about what we're reading today. Loisa, you want to start?
Of course. Hi, everyone. I'm Lois. This is my second time on Cece's channel. So good to be back. Thanks for having me. So my channel is Lo-Chan Reads. It's just your average booktube channel where I talk about books. I mainly try to focus on books by person of color authors. But apart from that, I talk about, anything and everything, anything that comes to mind or whatever I feel like. I'll do the occasional wrap-up video and things like that. And in terms of what I'm reading, I actually did a live on my channel, Lo-Chan Reads, when was it? A couple of days ago, and I started reading this book. And it's a big book, so I'm going to continue it in this live. And that is Witches Steeped in Gold by, I'm going to say her name wrong, I know I am, but Shannon Smart. That's go right. With Shannon. Am I right? Yes, no, it's just because the spelling is a bit interesting. But yes, the cover is beautiful. This cover is amazing. The story, at the moment, I'm giving it a few more pages before I decide whether or not I want to DNF, because the way it's starting, it's not great. The starting is not great. It's a high fantasy novel, and it's one of those high fantasy novels that goes really heavy on the exposition and the info dumping. So I'm struggling to get over that. But I really want it to be good, so I'm giving it a chance. And it's just basically about these rival nations, and they're fighting for this land that was once belonging to one nation, but now another nation came and usurped that land. So there's a lot of political intrigue and power struggles. So it's interesting, but I'm hoping it gets better.
Did you see the Fairy Loot cover?
I didn't. That is pretty.
Look at this.
Gorgeous.
Oh, is that the same book? That's not the same book.
Yeah, it is.
It is. Wow. That looks amazing.
When I saw this cover, I was like, yes, damn. I
need wow, look at the sleeve.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
They have like this whole print.
But even the normal paperback is pretty as well. Just yeah, it's pretty. I'm just hoping the story lives up to it.
When I read the Owl Crate edition, and the Owl Crate edition looks just like the original, just different coloring on the front, and then on the inside has really pretty dusty art.
I know, the art is amazing.
I wanted this to be good, but then when I read what it's about, it felt like I've heard the story before. It didn't feel. It didn't just.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, there's no new premise in this book.
Do something like. Do something else, like do something new. Excite me, please. Like excite me, like the cover excites me. But sadly, it didn't.
Exactly.
I'm hoping you're going to enjoy it though, so that when
I really want to. I want to enjoy it. That's why I'm still reading it, because I really want to enjoy it.
Good. All right. I'm skipping over all the hello ones because it's Kaylani's time to introduce herself, and I just want to put that comment on.
I saw that comment, and to answer your question, yes, Bailey is sitting right here by my chair, looking at me like, "You gonna give me some of that?" And the answer is no, ma'am. No, ma'am. Hi, I'm Kaylani from Kaylani Simply Me. This is also my second time doing shrimp. I was gonna say shrimps sprints with Cece. Thank you for having me again. I really appreciate it. Also, happy Father's Day. I don't know if everyone's celebrating it, but happy Father's Day if you are. And I, again, same old booktube channel. I read a little bit of everything, but mostly YA fantasy, a little bit of sci-fi, a little bit of adult fantasy, lots of romance. I'm on a romance kick now, but I tend to read a lot of fantasy. That's my kind of go-to now. And as for what I'm reading, I'm actually hoping that you guys will help me, because I'm kind of in a spot where I have still several books on my TBR bingo that I haven't read, and I just finished a book last night, so I'm not reading anything. So this is my stack. And if you guys see anything on there that you're like, yes, read it right now, the glare is like getting me. But
definitely. The seven.
Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo.
Yeah, definitely.
I've read the top one. Hugo. Yeah, what is the top one?
Song of Achilles by Madeline Miller.
I've heard that.
Hugo. We have Vampire Academy, Boyfriend Material, Playing the Palace, and Sweet and Bitter Magic. So
I definitely vote Evelyn Hugo. Let's see what everybody else is going to say.
Song of Achilles. Let's see. I know I really want to read Evelyn Hugo, but I've also been putting it off for some reason. It's been on my TBR, and I'm I know I want to read it, but every time it goes onto a TBR, or even this month, I've seen it on my rack for the whole month, and I'm I don't know if I want to pick it up yet. I think I just there's so much hype, and I'm what do I do? What do I do?
Don't trust the hype. Just trust your own feeling. And why don't you give it one sprint and see if you feel it?
Okay.
Okay, trying to jump through the comments real quick because people are telling you what to read, and we haven't looked at the other comments yet. Hi, Mo. Hi, everyone who's saying hi. Love that you're all here. Hi, Najma. Hi, Libby. Anna is here. And Mo loves the cover as expected.
Yes, it is nice.
It looks like an actual spellbook. Yeah, the Fairy Loot one does, right? I love it. And I especially loved the edges as well. I love when there's a pattern on the edges and it's not just a color. Yeah, the book looks awesome. That my version was the Fairy Loot one. So we have a vote for Song of Achilles. We have votes for Vampire Academy. I think Anna makes a good point. Evelyn Hugo, because it's Pride Month and there is representation.
Actually, all of these have LGBTQI+.
So
except for Vampire Academy. So I can really go wrong with none of them. I can't go wrong with any. That doesn't make sense. I can't go wrong with any of them, is what I'm going to say.
Lovable reader, even if you haven't read any of them, you could still be helpful when you just share with what your gut is telling you what to read. So that's fine as well. So we have another one for
Song of Achilles. Okay. That book is quite polarizing, I've heard. Song of Achilles. Mm-hmm. People I've spoken to, 50% of them loved it, 50% of them hate it.
Mm. Oh.
I don't know where I stand with that one.
I've heard nothing but good things about that one. I'm actually buddy reading this one with a friend. So, I don't know. I think I got more votes for these three. So maybe I'll try. I'm actually in the middle of Vampire Academy. I'm already 100 pages in. I just haven't picked it back up in a while. But I think I might go with one of these. Maybe I'll start with this and then do another sprint with this and see how it goes.
Yeah, I think that's a good plan. That's a really good plan. Everybody's saying hi. I love that everybody's here. So let me set up the timer. So let me ask you, what is what time do you like to have on your clock for a reading sprint. We've had 30 minutes, we had 45 minutes. I know that mostly we've been doing 30 minutes on my channel, but I've heard a lot of people asking more and more for 45-minute sprints. So what are you thinking? What time is good for you?
I don't mind 45. I don't normally do it that long, but I don't mind. We give it a try.
I'm down with whatever you guys want to do. I do 45 minutes on mine, and it's great. It's super productive. It's totally up to you, though.
All right,
yeah,
then
let's go with that. I haven't done that before, so let's go with that.
Then let's go for 45. People who hated the book are those who expected something similar to Circe. That's a very good point.
That's probably it. That's probably it. Yeah.
So that's helpful. And we have more votes for 45 minutes. So yeah, we're going with 45. Yeah, I'm reading The Hero of Ages too. I still need to finish that. I need to find where I'm at. I was listening to the audio during my walks for the past couple of days, and I have no idea where I'm at in my book. So I need to figure that out first and then dive into it. What is everybody else reading, by the way? I think most people haven't shared what they're reading, so please share what you're reading. I will be finishing Girls of Paper and Fire today, and then I'll start George. Oh, George was so cute. I love George. Have you guys read George?
I haven't, but I have heard of Girls of Paper and Fire. So
First book was so good.
Yeah. Have you read the second one? Because I have only read the first one.
Yeah, I haven't read the second one yet.
I haven't read any.
Well, it's it might be about time to pick it up. I really liked it.
I have that water.
Kelani, what did you want to say?
Oh, I think she was talking to her husband.
Oh.
I was asking for a water bottle.
I was just setting up the timer, so I didn't see you. I'm reading Siege and Storm. Nice.
Oh, I need to read that. I need to read all three of them, actually.
Chapter 50 in Hero of Ages. I have no idea where I'm at, but I can tell you after the sprint. I love audiobooks. I love audiobooks too, especially on long walks. I've been walking this week. I've been walking every day for at least an hour. And on a few days, I've been walking for 3 hours, always with an audiobook. And it's like,
wow,
the most beautiful thing, just being in nature alone and then listening to a story. I love it so much.
If I didn't live in a city, I'd probably go do that as well.
Yeah, I love living out in the country for that. It's enough for me to be in the city for work when I'm traveling. But then being able to just step out your door and go for a walk is like the most beautiful thing. Although I do drive oftentimes 15 to 30 minutes to get to other places to switch up the scenery. I bet you could do something like that too.
Oh yeah, that would be lovely.
Not going to be participating in a lot of sprints as I'm really tired, but I want to get some reading done before bed. That's fine, Victoria. Lovely readers reading The Way of Kings. I love that book. George is amazing. I second that. And it's a very quick read too. George is one of those books that is really able to make me understand how somebody who is living a very different life and is facing very different struggles to me, I could really understand it on an emotional level. I don't think that every book is really able to do that, but George was really able to do that well. Going to be reading The Burning Kingdoms by Sally Green. Mo is reading The Island Home by Libby Page. Hannah is still reading Prison by A.D. Foster. I think Rudy is always reading A.D. Foster. He was reading The Murderbot Diaries for the past couple of sprints. So I'm reading It by Stephen King. Nice. I haven't read George, but I read Rick earlier this month. It was good and educational. Love that for you, Jocelyn. Loved it. Going to try starting Frostheart. What is Frostheart? I feel like it says something to me, but I don't remember. Any of you to know?
Middle grade, I think.
Oh. That makes sense. One of my favorite middle grades books. Just see there, Anna knows. I really want to read Frostheart. There we go. Middle grade Mo up for the middle grade. All right, shall we get into the first sprint so that we can get some reading done?
Yes, please.
Awesome. All righty. See you in 45. Happy reading, everyone.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. How did y'all do?
All right.
Are you starting to like it any better?
I am. To be honest with you, I'm in two minds about this book.
Okay.
I love all the. First of all, I love the fact that it's high fantasy, but I love the fact that it's in a Caribbean setting,
Ooh,
which
yes.
I would particularly appreciate because I'm from the Caribbean. So I like all that fan service and all the symbols that you wouldn't really see in that sort of setting. So yeah, I'm liking all the fan service. The story's starting to actually happen now. So we'll see where that goes.
Good. I love that. Great. How did you do, Kelani?
Good. I got 80 pages? I don't even remember. 73 pages into Evelyn Hugo, and so far I am enjoying it. I like the story so far. It definitely reminds me of Daisy Jones and the Six. She has a very distinct writing style. But she just makes like characters that aren't real feel so real, like so palpable. It's great. So far so good. And I really wanted to read this because I really want to read Malibu Rising, but I wanted to read this one first. So.
Right.
I'm just trying to process the fact that you read 70 pages in 45 minutes.
I listened to all of my audiobooks at 3.5 times speed.
Oh wow.
So I listen and read at the same time, so it just flies by. I cannot physically read that many pages in 45 minutes. No way.
Okay. I was just like, okay, that's a lot of pages.
Yeah. I mean, 3.5 speed is where my brain just does not comprehend what is being spoken. I can go up to 3 if I'm reading it with my eyes at the same time. But depending on how the book is being read, because even with audiobooks, you know, they have different reading speeds. So sometimes a book at a 3-point speed is really fast, and sometimes it's still comprehensible to me. But I cannot imagine going to 3.5.
I can't imagine going to 3. I feel like I'm I'm the one who's behind. The most I can process is 1.75, but I haven't really tried 2 times speed, so I should try it, and maybe then I'll see. Oh, well, maybe it's not actually that fast.
Well, yeah. Do you do that while you're reading it at the same time with your eyes?
I've never tried that. I hear people talking about it all the time, but I personally never tried it.
That's what makes the difference. When I'm listening to it, depending on what I'm doing while I'm listening, when I'm walking, I can usually do 2-point speed. But when I'm doing something like driving, I usually have to get it down to 1.75, something that takes a little bit of concentration, or when I'm cooking or something like that. Then I need to take it down because my mind is not just focused on this. When I'm walking and my mind is just not focused on, focused on that, I can take it up to 2. And then when I'm reading it with my eyes, that's when I can pump it up to 3. Although I do have to say, Audible is the only app that allows me to go to 3. All the other apps stop at 2. So potentially I could train myself to get to 3 if I would have that option in the other apps, because I don't read most of my books on Audible, just a few. So
well, I know that Libby does 3, Hoopla does 3. If you go onto Scrib's website and not on their app, they do 3.
Yeah. And
then Audible is the only one that I have read that goes up to 3.5. And then also Libro does 3. But yeah, I'm definitely one of those rare people that can listen to my audiobooks driving at 3.5 times speed, as long as the person talking is not talking fast, but I talk fast, so I process my information fast. Same thing with my YouTube videos. I speed them up to 2 times speed because I like when people talk slow, it really does grind my gears. I don't know what it is. I've tried to go back and I just can't do it. But I will say that there was one book I was reading, I think it was Penelope Douglas's Punk 57, and it's told from 2 perspectives. And I was reading it on 3.5 times speed, and the girls section I could hear just fine. And then when it would switch to Misha's section, I'm like, what the hell is he saying? Like, this is gibberish, actual gibberish. So that was like the only time I'm like, okay, maybe I should slow it down a little bit.
See, it's funny. I'm the opposite. I find it really difficult when people talk really fast. I don't know. It just takes me a bit longer to process information. I'm sure there's a reason for that, but yeah.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
the opposite.
it probably is somehow related to how you talk in real life as well. Kelani, I'm wondering if you ever feel the urge when you're talking to people in real life to speed them up. It's like, damn, why don't I have that button in real life?
Only if you're speaking to them and they're not getting to the point, then you
I think the only time I've ever had that issue is I have this one customer that comes in and he's much older and he talks super slow. So I'm like, okay, have patience. Just nod through it. You're good.
Oh yeah, I've definitely been in those situations.
I love that. I love it.
It's like that scene from Zootopia where he's a sloth and he's talking slow.
Yes.
That's how I feel. Like,
but honestly, with you listening on 3.5 star, I just imagined most of your life being like that. Because when you go to 1 times speed, even after being on 2 times, it already sounds like
my gosh, it's horrible.
So real life must always
Even
sound.
I can relate to that, and I'm the slow one.
Oh, I love it. But yeah, I mean, I feel like with Evelyn Hugo, with her writing style, it's one of those books that I can probably read really fast as well. Because for some reason, the writing style just flows so easily and so quickly. And I think that I'm reading fantasy much slower in the beginning because there's so much more to comprehend, to understand. But yeah, you're going to fly through Evelyn Hugo. Victoria read 12 pages and had dinner. Finished Girls of Paper and Fire. Yeah. Not sure whether it's a 4 or 5 star. That's fine. I mean, both, it sounds like you enjoyed it a lot. So 43 pages of Rule of Wolves. How are you enjoying that?
I have to read.
Hardly got any reading done, but was productive in other ways. I love that too, Mo. Being productive is always good. Read 25 pages. Good. This book reminds me of Nalo Hopkinson's novel.
I haven't heard of that. Do tell.
Yeah, what novels, and because the way that Lois just spoke about it, it sounds like there could be some recommendations waiting, Najma. So please elaborate.
I mean, if anyone has any recommendations of high fantasy books with black rep in them, please let me know, because I'm kind of on that wave at the moment. So yeah, let me know. I know Mo's already given me a couple of recommendations, so thank you, Mo. But yeah.
Have you read The Gilded Ones?
Well, that's actually one of his recommendations that he gave me. I've heard of it. I have not read it yet, but it's on my radar.
A good one. I liked that one a lot.
Yes, I've heard it's good.
I don't remember why I didn't love it. It might have been a mood. Well. But I didn't love it. I expected to love it, but I didn't. But I don't remember why. So it probably wasn't important. Might have been a mood, or just, the case of I've just heard that like so many times, and there's nothing new that tickles me the right way. I don't know.
I do have to read Raybearer, though. That's another one that people keep talking about.
A lot of people talk about Legendborn as well. I haven't
read that. I've read that. Do you know what?
Did you like it?
I did. Of the black fantasy books that I have read, that's probably one of the ones that I like the most. So yeah, that one was all right. I'll give it that one.
I'm just thinking, because I think that most of the books that I read with black representation weren't fantasy, but were like other genres.
Yeah, it's hard to find them. I mean, it's not hard to find, but to find
ones that are talked about.
Yeah.
Do you follow Sister Sci-Fi? Because there's always a lot of good good recommendations, and there's a I think it's organized through Sister Sci-Fi, a book club that does 4 books a year, so like a quarterly book club, and I think that they're all fantasy, focusing not only on people of color but Black women.
I haven't heard of it. No.
This might be something for you. I think that the last book I didn't read because it was mermaids. And mermaids is just not my topic, but I totally appreciate a book focusing on Black mermaids.
Oh, I think I've heard of that one. If you tell me the title, I'll be like, oh yes, I know that
Fog
book.
Below Water.
Yes, that's the one. There's 2 Black women on the cover with their hair all flying around. Yeah, I have heard of that one.
So yeah, maybe check out that group. I think they a lot that, like, I was just thinking where there's a community around that, because usually when you have a book club like that and you have a lot of people in that book club probably know a bunch of recommendations as well, but I think that they're only organizing like a community on Facebook still. I don't know. I think that's the only
Children of Blood and Bone, that's another one.
I didn't like that one.
Oh no!
No, didn't like it. It looks
City
great.
We Became is kind of like sci-fi fantasy.
Oh yes, Jamison. I have one of Jamison's books. Not that one though. I've got just sitting on my shelf. What's it called? The 5th season.
Oh, you have to see. Oh, you have to read that. Oh, that was so good. So
yeah,
good.
I've got it.
Oh yeah, so good. Although I think that is on the verge of, is it fantasy or is it sci-fi? It has some things that could be considered sci-fi elements.
Yeah.
Which I'm here for, like so here for.
I think her other one, The Inheritance, the other one, not the 5th season, but
yes,
the other one is more
100,000 Kingdoms.
Yes,
I've read that.
You read that one?
Oh no, I didn't like it.
Didn't like that one either?
Okay, the thing with that book is I didn't like it. I did like the sex scenes. I didn't like the book. Like the sex scenes. The sex scenes were good.
Yeah, I didn't care for The City We Became. I just didn't like the writing style. But I know that so many people loved it, and so I do own the 5th season. At some point, I do want to get to it. But the fact that I didn't love one of her other books, like, I'm like, do I want to read it? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna give her another chance, even though I didn't like the first book of hers that I read, because everyone keeps on talking about her so highly, and I really want to enjoy one of her books. And I've got.
I mean, maybe it's not for you. The question is, why didn't you like it? If it's the writing style, there's a good chance that it's going to be the same thing in other books. If it's a certain representation, or so for the 5th season, what I really enjoyed is the world. I really like the world a lot. And that was a major thing for me to love that book. So if it's something like the world or a character or something, there's a chance that another book might be something that you love. But if it's the writing style, I feel like it's going to be a little bit more tricky.
Yeah, it's true. But you could also apply that to like the Grishaverse books, because I personally haven't read the Shadow and Bone books, but I have read the Six of Crow books, and a lot of the people I speak to, they all love Six of Crows and they all hate Shadow and Bone, even though it was written by the same author.
Then it also comes down to like progression, because obviously Shadow and Bone came first, and then she progressed in her writing. Same thing with like I can't think of her name, Sarah J. Maas. Wow. With Throne of Glass, and then you switch over to Court of Thorns and Roses. It's highly there's like 2 camps. Either you love it or you don't, and you can definitely see the progression there. So
I actually liked Court of Thorns and Roses. I thought that was okay.
I love that series.
I think with those two examples, though, both with Sarah J. Maas and with Lee Bardugo, that there's not only, yes, the writing style progresses because they obviously learn and they obviously develop, but I do also feel like the series have very, very different vibes. So where in the Grishaverse you have the first one, the trilogy is very classical fantasy tropes, chosen one, childhood friends to lovers or not, dark a villain opposing, and this all just with a beautiful like Russian influenced setting, but it's very traditional. So I can see a lot of people not liking it because it feels blah. Or because it feels like it's been done before. Whereas the Six of Crows duology is a very, very different vibe because we have a bunch of misfits. We have a bunch of villains pretty much that are going on a heist, which is a completely different vibe. So I completely understand how you can like one but not the other. And then I feel the same is to say for Sarah J. Maas. I really enjoyed the Throne of Glass series. I enjoyed the epic fantasy of it. I enjoyed the slow progression of the story, the slow development of the characters. I enjoyed how Sarah J. Maas was able to really build up very, very slowly and then give punches at the end of a book that just knocked me off anything. Granted, I did feel like the finale was not as much of a big bang as I wanted it to be, but I really enjoyed that series. Whereas the Code of Thorns and Roses, the series is not necessarily my thing because it gets too romancy. So I fully understand why you love it, being a romance reader, but I'm not into romance at all. So there's too much of that aspect for me that is overpowering. There's too much romance, too much smut for me to enjoy it. Granted, I haven't finished the series. I haven't continued reading it because I didn't enjoy it that much. But again, very, very different vibes. So yeah.
Very, very true.
Yeah, true.
Let's go through some comments. That scene just bugged me for some reason. I am not sure what you were talking about, but you were also saying that to somebody else that I haven't. It's probably before the sprint. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to move on. I don't. You were talking to each other. Got to page 326. That's great. I didn't read the sprint. Was having late dinner and checked the latest episode of Elite because I have no self-respect. How is that series? I was just seeing that there's new episodes and I was wondering if that's a series that I want to get into.
Yeah, that's a reasonable speed.
And that is a book that I have read before. Okay. Just joined. I'm reading Last Breath by Rachel Kane. How are you liking it? I have gone up to 3-point speed, especially if it was contemporary. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same here. Contemporary, yes. Fantasy needs to be a little bit slower. Script allows me to go to 3-point. Yeah, it does on the website. It doesn't do it on my app.
Don't do it on my app either. I've been gypped.
Yeah.
So maybe are you in a different country? Maybe that's it. I think it's regionally they change how their apps work. So maybe I'm curious now. I'm gonna look.
I mean Script, but you have to pay to use it, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't want to pay, so I just stick to Libby.
So the problem that I have with Script is they market it as unlimited books that you can read all the time, but then you listen to one audiobook and it's like you can't listen to the next audiobook for another 2 weeks. I'm like, well, don't tell me it's unlimited if I can't read them unlimited.
No, I fully agree. What bugs me about it is that there's no control. If they would say there's a limit, because the limit seems very, very random. I'm not sure what they're limiting it by, if it's by genre, if it's by publisher, because there's no pattern to detect how they're limiting it. Sometimes you can, sometimes I listen to like 5 or 6 books and then a portion is blocked. Sometimes I listen to one book and then a portion is blocked. And I'm like, I would be okay with a limit if you give me some control over it. If you give me some knowledge, just something like, hey, you can listen to one more book of this publisher and two more book of this genre. Then I can say, okay, because I want to prioritize this book this month, I'm going to not read the thing that I'm just starting right now, that I also have physically here. I'm going to wait. And that kind of bugs me, that they don't tell you how it works.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that system. It's very misleading.
Yeah, it is. To be honest, we have another app in Germany that allows you to read unlimited, but they do it by time. So the cheapest is something like 10 hours a month, and then you have another one like 20 hours a month, and then the highest subscription is really then unlimited. But what really bugs me there is that it's like 10 hours. You're in the middle of the book, you're 10 hours up, it stops. And it's like, no, that is not fair. It's like, then I do like the Audible principle better, to say, okay, one book for a credit or something. So yeah. And Najat said, have Android phone. Yeah, I have an iPhone, and I think it's on iPhone that it's 2 point speed. I think I skipped a couple of comments. My thingy here is jumping up and down. Sorry for skipping comments. Damn. Where were we?
Let's have a look. I think you got...
There's a bunch.
You got a lot of comments, actually. That's why.
There you go. That's where you were at.
Yeah. It's only available for US and Canada. Yeah, most of the apps that people talk about aren't available for us. It is weird that all the books I read this year are 4 or 5 star. I feel like that's
quite a lot of good books this year as well. I'm getting that feeling also. It's a good sign. Let's hope it keeps up.
Yes. And I think what Anna says there, you learned how to choose your books better. Yep, agreed. Don't jinx it. Just enjoy the ride. That's that's a good call too. I only read 8 books I mean, what do you mean only? There's been years where I haven't read as much as that. So, given that you enjoyed all of them so much, that's great. Yep, agreed. My goal is to get to page 400 when these sprints are finished. I think you were at like 362. Was it?
Nearly there.
Yep. 27 pages. I'm taking my time. Allow the book to evolve the story. I love that too. Sometimes I deliberately slow down just because I want to bask in what's happening.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'll try and finish The Hero of Ages tonight. Still have 300 pages to go. Cece, where were you on the book? So I'm now at chapter 54. So probably quite similar to where you're at. And I also want to finish it, but that's going to be hard.
Oh, this is the book that reminded them of my current read.
Neil Hopkinson is a Jamaican-Canadian fantasy author. She wrote Midnight Robber and Brown Girl in the Ring. You should check her novels. They are set in the Caribbean. Also, she represents dialect.
I'm going to add that to Goodreads now.
That sounds really good. Thank you for the recommendations. Yes, I'm wondering how the representation of dialects work for people who, like potentially like me, who has no idea what that dialect would be. How that representation works. I'm curious.
Well, that's actually what clued me into the fact that the book that I'm currently reading is set in the Caribbean, because it's set in this made-up place called Jamaica. I don't know how you pronounce it. It's some weird spelling. But when characters are speaking, characters are making exclamations like cha and referring to each other as mon. And I was like, oh, okay, this is a Caribbean book. That's interesting. It's just those prepositions those pejoratives that are just kind of they appear in places that told me, oh, okay, that's interesting.
Thank you for sharing that, because now when I come across that, I will know what that is.
Yeah.
Kingdom.
Wait,
yeah, I did not enjoy
I have that. I have
you
that.
Didn't read it yet?
I haven't read it yet. I haven't read it. Whoops. I haven't read it, but I do have that.
I did not enjoy it at all.
Oh no, don't say that.
I'm sorry. It's been the story for me. There have been some weird logical issues, but that also could potentially be something that you enjoy. I'm not a magical realism person, and I think that this fantasy crossed into some ways of writing that magical realism does, where it feels like we're leaving logic behind. Even in high fantasy, we usually have logic, and things make sense in this world. But with magical realism, sometimes all logic is out the window. And I felt like the Kingdom of Souls was going there, and I did not like that. But if you enjoy magical realism, you might really enjoy that.
Yeah, it depends how it's done. Like, for example, in a book like Kafka on the Shore, I don't know if you girls have read any Murakami. I didn't like it. Kafka on the Shore, it was good. It was just very confusing. The concepts were very abstract. I was very, very confused. But then if you take, for example, light fantasy novels like the Cursebreaker series, so the first book was A Curse So Dark and Lonely. That's kind of light fantasy because it combines, normal everyday life with this fantasy world that you can access through a portal or some sort of nonsense. But I really liked it in that book, actually. So.
But there was still enough logic for me, so it didn't feel like this magical realism aspect of randomly things being weird.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, because ultimately that book was a fantasy, albeit a light fantasy novel. And then you have those novels where it's set in the real world, but certain things happen where you have to suspend your disbelief. But it depends. It depends how that's written, how it's written into the story. Then I can suspend my disbelief.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I think, I'm not sure where the difference really is between magical realism and fantasy at that point, because I think that there is some lines where this blurs a little bit. But for me, it's usually fantasy still has a logic in the world, and magical realism does not comply to logic. And the more illogical and abstract and weird it gets, the more you're going to lose me.
Yeah. Yeah. In a book like Kafka on the Shore, have you read that book, Cece?
No, I have read the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle, and I've read Colorless, and I have enjoyed Colorless, but the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle was too much for me. It was so weird.
I haven't read either of those. There's also a short story collection that he wrote called Men Without Women, and there was one story in that book that was really, really strange. I think it was meant to be like symbolic in some way, but it was really, really strange.
Yeah, I think that all of his stuff is meant to be symbolic, but then I totally understand people who love Murakami, but I don't think it's for me because it's too weird for me.
Yeah. He's hit and miss for me. He's hit and miss. Yeah.
See, I haven't read any Murakami, but I feel like when people describe his work, it sounds less magical realism to me and more like speculative fiction. And so that's just like not my thing. My coworker really likes Murakami, and I'm like, you go, girl, but maybe not for me.
I think that most of his work would be considered magical realism, because you have elements that are just weird and unexplainable and just randomly put together in a weird way. Speculative fiction, isn't that like an umbrella term for pretty much a lot of fiction?
Well, I guess like the term of speculative fiction and the way that I have been described it as is more like fiction that isn't quite explained. Like you know that it's not real and you have like weird things going on in it. It doesn't have a hard magical base that you would connect as magical realism, and then but it also doesn't like make sense in a general fictional world. Like if you're just reading like a contemporary book, it just doesn't make sense. It's more speculative, but that's how I've been explaining. I guess I've never actually looked up the definition for speculative fiction.
It sounds really interesting. I wouldn't.
I'm looking it up now.
Yeah,
because I've heard a lot of sci-fi being considered speculative fiction because it's speculating with concepts, etc. But they are so hard on logic sometimes.
But it's more dystopia, isn't it? That you could, like what you were describing, it was making me think of dystopia. It sounds really interesting. I'd like to read books that are considered speculative fiction.
Yeah, genres with elements that do not exist in reality. Record history, nature, or present universe, such as fiction covers various themes.
This image, I really like this. So all of fantasy is speculative fiction. Most of science fiction is speculative. Horror is like half, and historical is leaning on it a little bit. So you can have some historical where you have elements that aren't real would be considered speculative. So all of fantasy, because it's not real, would be considered speculative, and most of sci-fi. That makes sense. So I think that magical realism obviously completely is speculative fiction as well. So that's absolutely true what you're saying. I don't know. It's so hard to explain and so hard.
That's like a weird line to cross.
Yeah. But anyways, I hope you enjoy The Kingdom of Souls, and once you've read it, we can talk about it and see if we have very different opinions about it.
Yes, I hope so.
And The Deep by Rivers Solomon is another recommendation.
That's another one I've heard of, yep.
To have the 5th season sitting on my shelves. Dialects as well as British Creole and other fantastic aspects of the culture. That sounds really good. Naylor Hopkinson again. I just saw a book that have intrigued me. It's a novella, steampunk fantasy sci-fi, The Black God Drums by P. I don't know how to properly pronounce it with those.
Yeah, I'm not going to attempt that.
Jelly Clark. I don't know. It sounds interesting. He also wrote another book I'm interested in.
The Black God's Drums. Oh wow, that title.
Interesting.
That cover.
That's a gin in Cairo. That sounds interesting.
I think she was recommending another Black Center fantasy.
Oh.
What genres do you generally like, Louise?
I mainly read contemporary, but I will read anything. Hence why I'm like last time I spoke to you, CC, I was asking you about sci-fi books, and now I'm asking you about fantasy books. So I will read anything. I generally gravitate towards realistic contemporary. But yes, if I enjoy the book, it doesn't matter what genre it is, I will read it.
A Mouth of Gin is a novel by him. Loved the cover, so I ordered it. I feel that so much. Love the cover and ordered it. Naja, let me know when you read, because I've been intrigued by that author. Hi, Chloe. Good to see you around. Normally, I have to choose your sprints or these. Yeah, that's true. Chloe has been doing Sunday evenings, but a little bit earlier, I think. Okay, now we're back here. Just joined Reading a Dark and Hello Star.
Oh, I love that fantasy so much.
I've heard of that.
What is that?
It is a queer dark fantasy that has like 4 perspectives, but has to do with like a fury and the fairylands. It was so interesting. I really enjoyed it. I had a good time with it.
Nice. Oh, a lot of my mutuals want to read it on Goodreads.
So good. I just read it this month, actually.
What I dislike about script is that they always make up ridiculous excuses instead of being straightforward. Yes, that's it. Just tell us the truth. We're good with having it limited. Just tell us how. Wait, where did the comment go? There we go. I like using Storytel because it's actually unlimited, but not all new and upcoming books, but it only let you speed up only to 2 point. But it has analytics. That's nice.
Oh,
I don't
like
know
it when they have that.
Mm-hmm. Do you know if Storytel is available everywhere? Yeah, I was just wondering that. I think so. I know it's available for Europe. Ooh, I'm going to look at it. Although if it doesn't have new books, see if the selection is good enough. There's a lot of I've been reading a lot of like Afrofuturism lately, and it's so hard to get these books here. It's crazy how
Okay,
hard
you
it
need to
is
give
to
me
get
some
them.
titles, please.
Have you? I mean, I've mostly enjoyed Octavia E. Butler.
Oh yes, I've heard of her. I've heard of Kindred. I still need to read that.
Wild Seed. Oh my gosh, Wild Seed. So
I
the
already
whole
have that.
the Pattern Master. I haven't read the last book yet, but the whole Pattern Master series. Oh, I love it so much. I love that. I'll have to think of what else I would recommend. But I like these. They are so beautiful as well. I have these like editions with such a stunning cover. I love them. So they are on my shelf behind me when I work, and I just show them to everybody and like try to subconsciously convince them all to read it by just showing them the covers every single day when we have meetings.
Okay, interesting tactic. But yes, Octavia Butler, definitely have plans to read her.
There's also like a slow read along for all of Octavia E. Butler's work organized. I think it's organized through Sister Sci-Fi. So having a little bit of a community there as well. Check it out. I'll check out Storytel as well. Thank you, Victoria. Audible is the app that I mainly use, and then I use Libby if my library loan comes.
Oh, the library loans on Libby, my goodness.
My library does not have a lot of books available as ebooks.
They have the books, but you have to wait 20 weeks to get them.
20 weeks?
I'm waiting. Yeah. I'm currently waiting for a book now, and yeah.
If it says anything more than 6 weeks, I'm like, you know what? Never mind.
But we are talking like about a digital copy, right?
Yeah, apparently they only have a finite number of copies compared to the amount of people that want to read them because they're very popular books. So,
so like, okay, they only have like 5 licenses or something. That makes sense.
Yeah, possibly.
Starting Get a Life.
Oh, I have to read that.
I heard so many good things.
Yes.
That's all the countries that have Storytel. I'm going to look that up.
Oh, wow. Thanks for letting us know.
Yeah, thank you for sharing, Victoria.
What the? My sister just sent me a text of what she wants for her birthday. I just looked it up on Amazon. These little things, they're just like little sensory.
What are they?
Like, you just like pop them up and then pop them down, pop them up. But a set of 1, 2, 3, 4, a set of 6 is $32.
Okay, but why do you pop them up and down? Sorry.
It's supposed to be like a satisfying like sensory thing.
Right. Okay.
But like, I don't understand why they're $32. Send help.
So I don't understand why you need these in your life, but then, I mean,
she's 7. You know, you just give and take.
Yeah. Okay. I read the first chapter of Frostheart and decided to switch to the Headmakers. I'm enjoying both books, but I think the Headmakers is more my thing. That's fine. I'm all for switching books. It's not free, but I think it's more cheaper than Audible, like around the script subscription, but you don't have limits. But honestly, if I pay for it and I don't get all the good, like I would need to see that it has the books that I want to read. So I'd much rather have Audible where it's a guarantee that I find the book. Also, have any of you started looking at Audible Plus? I think it's only out in the US at this point.
What is it? What is Audible Plus?
It's pretty much with an like unlimited component, like similar to Prime Video, where one part is free and then a selection of books are to pay for.
I need that. I spend so much money on Audible credits. It's not even funny. I literally had like over 75 audiobooks in my Audible thing. Like, it's ridiculous.
See, I really don't want to pay them, so I will sign up for a free trial to get a credit, and then I'll wait like maybe a few months or so and then sign up again, and then they'll offer me another free trial. Yeah. So I kind of play the system like that because I don't want to pay them.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah.
Or it's like, and then they get me because it's like, the audiobooks will be like $25, and then you're like, or you can pay $33 for 3 credits. And I'm like, sold. Sold.
Yeah.
That's not a bad deal though, comparatively speaking.
Yes, yeah, it is. But it's like it gets me every time. I'm like, dang it.
Anna loves Murakami and doesn't like magical realism, so I recommend his books. Yeah, I think there's a lot of symbolism in there that people love. It's not the magical realism that people love in Murakami. It's the symbolism. The books are probably too deep for me. I'm getting really sleepy as here it's 11:30 and I need to get up early tomorrow, so I will have to go. Bye, Victoria.
Bye.
Have you read The Shadow of the Wind? That doesn't ring a bell at all.
Carlos Ruiz Zafón, I think his name is. It's like a historical fiction about books.
Yeah, I probably know the book with a different title because I think it's translated work.
It's translated from Spanish.
I read one of Carlos Ruiz Zafón's books, and it was not for me. I was expecting like a thriller mystery, and it kind of went in a weird, almost horror-y way, and I was like, no, thank you. If you don't expect that, it's like, I wasn't in the mood for it. Wait. Don't want to skip over Jocelyn. I stopped saving a bunch of books, audiobooks on Script. When I'm ready to read a book, I look it up. I think it helped.
Or I wouldn't save it. I would just listen to it, and then when I went back, continue to listen to it, but never save it and never download it. I was like learning all these little tips and tricks.
But downloading doesn't take away from stuff. I think it's only the active listening, because you can download a bunch of them and then not be able to listen to the downloaded ones once they put the stop on it.
Dang. All of my work was for nothing.
Had to go check on the laundry. What happened? Nothing much. If I recommend a book or audiobook from a library to get before it's published, I'm automatically put in the queue to borrow it when the library makes it available. That's a good tip. That's a really good tip. I read Your Life, Chloe Brown. It was so cute and it had a lot of representation. That's what we like.
I love the Brown Sister series. It's so good.
Yeah, one of my friends absolutely is obsessed with Talia Hibbert, and I bought the book because of her, so I have to read it.
The pressure that friends to read a book that they liked. Audible has books available for free if you have a Prime membership.
Why don't I know about this? This is the question that I have.
Might be new as well.
How much do you have to pay for the Prime membership a month?
It's Prime is $14.99.
Yeah, no.
No.
I don't know if it's because I'm cheap or not. I just try to get these things for free if I can. That's why I use a lot of Libby, And then, like I told you before, I kind of play the system with Audible to get the free credits. Because
Another
I
thing
buy
that
enough
I
books a
found
list.
is like YouTube will have them, even though it's not like legal. I read all of my Throne of Glass books through YouTube because they have all of the audiobooks on there.
Yeah,
Technically, it's
I've heard
legal,
of that.
but it's free.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, I mean, for Amazon Prime, it's different costs in different countries depending on license and stuff. And I think in the UK, you pay £79 a year, which is a lot cheaper
Yeah, you're right.
than honestly for what I use. Like I watch videos, I order a lot of stuff where I get the shipping free that I wouldn't get for free if I didn't have Prime. And some books are free. So this would be just an added benefit. And I think that £79 a year is, if you also, for example, then go and watch the videos, it's absolutely fair compared to, for example, Netflix and everything.
No, you're right. It's true. I'm just cheap. But yeah, for what you're getting, including like the streaming service and all of that stuff, next day delivery and all of that, it is worth it. It's something that I might invest in the future. But
it has to be worth it for you. So, for example, the next day delivery is not worth much in Germany because here pretty much everything that you do not order with next day delivery still comes the next day because we have very efficient and quick delivery services. The whole next day or faster shipment was created out of necessity in the US, where shipping, I think, was normal that it takes a week or so without premium services. So having it even down to like 2 to 3 days of shipping was a huge, huge deal. And that's a very different experience to when you're already used to things arriving the next day. And I think Amazon Prime is a little bit more expensive in the US too, but the US Amazon Prime already has a lot more included than like in the European countries. So
that would make sense.
I sometimes wish I had all the services that Amazon has in the US. I'm like, oh, I want it all. I want the restaurants and the Whole Foods and everything.
That's something I've just discovered. Amazon now has shops. They have actual shops where you can just go and scan your phone, take a bunch of items and just walk out.
You don't have to scan.
You don't have to scan. Well, you have to scan to get in because I went to one the other day. I actually learned about it a few days ago. And I was like, oh, this is new. But yeah, you still have to pay for it, but you scan in, you take whatever you want, and you just walk out.
Yeah, the first time I did that, I so felt like I was stealing. I was just standing with my colleagues in front of the store waiting until it registered because it so felt like stealing.
Yeah, it's strange.
I was in one of those shops in Seattle, and Seattle was such a weird experience. It felt like such an out of this world experience because downtown Seattle, honestly, you go around a corner and you have a different type of Amazon building, from like this type of shop, grocery stores, to like the 5-star shops where you don't go in. So the shop that you just described is a grocery store, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think it is with fresh stuff. It's on the web. So you just pay at a cash register or with your app inside the store before walking out. It's not like the Go. But yeah, so such a weird experience. It felt very, very weird to have.
Yeah. It was strange for me as well.
Just felt like I wasn't in a normal city, you know? It was a very different experience. It felt like Amazon City with a couple of Starbucks sprinkled in between.
Can't escape the Starbucks.
What did you?
Because you can't escape Starbucks. It's everywhere you go.
Yeah.
Well, especially in Seattle.
Very true.
I remember everybody queuing to get into the first Starbucks, and for some reason, I was able to at one point just walk past it when the line was empty. I was like, "Yes, now it's my turn. Now I'm getting in." They have merch there that you can't get anywhere else. So I really wanted to get in there and get a bottle with the original Starbucks logo that got forbidden because it shows a little bit too much of breasts. And I really wanted to get it, but you can only get it in that store.
Oh.
Do we want to start another sprint? Yes. I want to go to bed soon and was hoping to start George doing the sprint. Yes, we need to. We've been talking way too long. Really looking forward to it. Yes, let's get reading. Thank you for bringing us back to reading. I enjoy chatting too much with you, so
Yeah.
let's stop doing that and start reading. I'm assuming 45 again, so
That's
that
fine.
worked good for me, and it seems like it worked well for you. So happy reading. See you in 45.
Okay.
Welcome back and welcome, Mel.
Hi. Oh, she's really into her book.
So how did everyone do?
Good. Another 80 pages. So I'm 150.
Awesome. You liking it?
Yes, I'm really enjoying it.
Good. So
Are
the hype.
you still reading Evelyn Hugo?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So the hype didn't scare you off after all. It might
No.
be real.
And I think that the curiosity behind why this person is telling their story is like keeping me engaged. So plus the writing is fantastic.
Yeah, it is.
True.
And we just finally got into like the LGBTQI plus reps. I'm like, cool, that's awesome. Hi Mel.
Hello.
What are
this
you
is
reading
Peanut
today,
as
Mel?
well. This is Peanut.
Oh, so cute.
I'm so cute.
Jocelyn sums it up for all of us by just saying, Kitty!
Yeah. I'm reading What Alice Forgot by Leanne Moriarty. It's really good. It's about a woman who has a fall at the gym and hits her head, and has to go to hospital. But she has forgotten the last 10 years of her life. So she thinks that she's just gotten married and she's pregnant and she's bought a house, when in fact she's got 3 kids and getting a divorce, and it's a very different life than what she thought she had. So yeah.
Sounds like an interesting concept.
Yeah, it's really good. What are you reading, Cece?
I'm reading the Hero of Ages. I am at page 516, which is chapter 58. So I'm almost done. Did you read any other Leanne Moriarty books, or did any of you read them? Because I read one, and I think I posted a rant review about it, and I have been very hesitant about picking up books
really?
after that.
Which one did you read?
The Husband's Secret.
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a whole video up on why I hated it. But basically, it was just one part of the representation and how it was put that really ticked me off. I feel like you can, as an author, you can create characters that are flawed. You can create characters that have views that are not okay, but it's the author's responsibility to then show that it's not okay. And in that book, the author completely failed to do that. I was a little bit offended by the way that this character was acting, but if the author would have addressed it, I might have been fine with it. But the author portrayed it in a way that I have to believe that it's the author's voice, and at that point, I'm not okay with it. It was, especially like one sentence stood out to me. It was, I don't remember the exact quote, but it was along the lines that if you're fat, you don't deserve your own life. I don't remember the exact quote, but yeah. Was not okay. I was not okay with that.
Fair enough. I don't remember. I have read The Husband's Secret. I don't remember any particular issue with it, but I maybe just didn't pick it up.
I've read Big Little Lies by the author, and I actually really enjoyed it. But then I went to go read Truly Madly Guilty by the same author, and I wasn't a fan. I read like the first chapter, just wasn't a fan of the writing style.
Yeah.
But that's interesting that you love one and you didn't love the other because of the writing style. Was the writing style so different?
No, if it was different, it was a big gap between when I read one and when I read the other, and it just wasn't engaging. Like it wasn't the writing style that put me in. And I had read like 5 books I was doing a try chapter tag and I had read 5 other chapters that kind of like really drew me in or either put me off, and it just wasn't one that was like, oh, I have to read this right now. You know?
Yep.
That makes
Fair
sense.
enough.
Yeah, I mean, there was more, and I'm pretty sure that I have a rant review up on that. So if you want to know the exact quotes, gonna have to go and find that video, or I might be able to find it and post it on Twitter again or something so that it comes up.
Yeah, I'll go and have a look. Hello,
Pretty baby, come here.
Najma. It's 45 pages of rule of rules. Oh, yay!
Oh wow, so
More
many
books.
pets.
Nice, well done.
I
hope
don't
you
think
enjoyed
I've actually met Lols before. Hello.
Hi,
Nice
hi.
to meet you.
I know I'm sitting here quietly, just listening to everyone.
That's fair
I
enough.
don't know if I have mentioned what I was reading or not. I'm reading Freed by E.L. James. You have not mentioned that, Najat. It is 50 Shades, but from his perspective, I started this years ago, and I just wanted to take off this to finish the series. It's interesting. Interesting.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, please share.
Yes, Bailey has joined me.
So cute.
She got a haircut. She looks so beautiful.
Aww.
Oh, those eyes.
Hi, puppy.
She's leaving me now. Goodbye. Get your tail out of the frame. No.
Lois, I just remembered another book that might be something for you, The Good Luck Girls. I don't know if you
Oh,
heard
that
about it.
cover. Very nice.
It's foiled as well. I don't know. Wait,
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I love sparkly books.
Oh, add it to Goodreads.
I
you
haven't
still-
read it, but I heard a lot of good things. It's on my I need to get to it soon shelf. Pretty much says sold, branded, trapped. Will they ever be free? And it's following 5 people. When Ass's sister Clementine accidentally kills a man, the girls risk a harrowing journey to find freedom, justice, and revenge in a country that wants them to have none of these things.
Nice.
I really like that premise.
And are you still reading Witches in Gold?
Do you know what I am? I am 1 sprint away from DNFing this book. I'm
Oh,
gonna
no.
give it. I'm gonna give it 1 more sprint, and then I'm going to be. And then I'm good. If it doesn't improve, it's enough. I'm on 100 pages.
Yeah.
Which for a book of the way that book is written, I should be a lot further along than I am. But I'm really struggling to push through with this book. But I'm on 100 pages. I'm going to give it 1 more sprint.
Right.
And then if it doesn't get any better, that's enough. I've given you too much of my time.
Yeah. No, all the power to DNF if you don't enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
I don't
Not enough
understand.
time.
I don't understand how people don't DNF books. Like, I mean, more power to you if you want to push through, but oh my gosh, it puts me in a reading slump. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very difficult because like I was saying earlier, I really want this book to be good. I love all the representation. All the representation in this book is what I really gravitate towards. But it's just the world building element is just done so badly. It's just the info dumping. It's like, stop. I cannot.
I feel like with how the world has been changing over the past year, you still should be absolutely able to say, I didn't like that book, even if the representation was right. And it's what you wanted. You don't like a book just because of the representation. You might gravitate towards picking a book with a black main character over a book with a white main character, but it doesn't mean that you have to like it. I feel like
True.
we've been so cautious.
I think because of the representation in it, I want to love it so much, and especially the fact it's got Caribbean rep as well, which I always get really excited when I see that. And then for it to not be good, it's like, oh no.
And hopefully there's more good books with that representation coming along. And just because you didn't like it, I hope that this doesn't tell publishers that it's not wanted. It's still wanted. good ones, please.
Exactly.
By the way, I'm vlogging. Could you say hi to the vlog? Hi to
Hi,
the
vlog! I like the way we all said hi, vlog, like the vlog itself is a person.
My dog is laying next to me on the couch. He had dinner
Aw.
and is having a rest until we have dinner. I love that.
No.
I
All the
like this. All the action is towards the end. So, see, this is
Okay.
the exact reason why sometimes I'm having a hard time DNFing. If people tell me things like this, it's like it's going to get better, and then I'm going to tough it out, and then it doesn't get better for me because
But you know, this is precisely the reason why I never used to DNF books. Even if I was absolutely hating it, I would be like, gotta push through, keep reading, it's torture, but just keep reading, it will get better, you know. And then eventually I got to a stage where I was like, okay, yeah, this is not fun anymore. It's supposed to be fun.
yeah.
I'm not enjoying this.
I think usually at the point where you're at, I would go into Goodreads and start looking at negative reviews to see if their reason is a similar reason to mine, because they can, like, the negative reviews can probably tell me does it get better or not. So yeah, that's probably where I would be at this point.
Someone that I checked it on Goodreads earlier, someone that I follow closely on Booktube, DNF'd it at 54%. So I'm surprised she made it that far, to be honest.
Yeah, but then can you say hi to Brazil? Yeah, of course.
Hi, Brazil!
Don't bite me.
Aw.
Yes, hello, vlog. Thanks.
That's so cute.
Awesome. It's so long. It's 700 plus pages. My Kindle version doesn't tell me what page I'm on. What? Why doesn't it? It should. So annoying, but I like it. It's fun. I want to try to finish it today. That sounds like we should get into another sprint and not chat as much as we did the last time. We were chatting for way too long, Mel. I think we chatted for longer than the sprint. It was not good. We need to. I need to keep an eye on the time so that we actually read. Someone's Keelan has full attention. So cute. Yes.
Yes,
Somebody
she is. She is my needy baby. But I'm actually gonna head out. I have to get ready for a Father's Day thing later on. But thank you so much for having me, Cece. It was so nice to meet you, and so good to see you again, Mel.
You too.
Bye.
Thank you for being here.
Bye.
Of course. Have a good one. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
See you. Enjoy Father's Day.
Thanks.
Sorry, Lois. I just realized I saw your I as an L before.
Oh, did you? No, it's Lois. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
You said it perfectly.
Oh, did I? Oh, well, there
Yeah.
you go.
That's interesting how reading something wrong can make it sound right.
Yeah. Don't know how I achieved that, but anyway.
Interesting.
All right. Shall we jump right into more reading to make up for the
Sure.
long chat that we had earlier?
Yes. This is going to be my final.
This is your
sprint.
deciding. Yep.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck. I'm hoping it picks up, but I somehow have a feeling it won't.
Yeah.
I don't want to jinx it, but the way that you've been talking about it, I keep my fingers crossed for this book because I want you to like it. But
Yeah.
let's just
Yeah.
head into it and give it a try.
Okay.
Happy reading. See you in 45.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Hey.
How did you do?
I DNF'd.
I thought you
You knew it
would.
was coming. You knew it was coming.
Yeah, I did. I'm sorry, but better things on the horizon, hopefully. What are you reading next? Let's talk about something good.
I was actually trying to. I got to the end of the chapter that I was on, and we had about 5 minutes left. And I'm trying to. I've got my Kindle, and I'm trying to download another book that I want to read for Pride Month, but my Kindle is so slow. It's not downloading. But it's a book called Under the Udala Trees by Chinelo Operanta.
Haven't heard of it.
Heard of
I
that.
haven't heard of that either.
I think it's set in Nigeria. It's a sapphic romance that's set in Nigeria, I think.
Oh.
So I'm trying to download that.
Sorry, I was absent because I had to get a coffee.
You look
It was
so kind of cozy, and I don't know, it looks so comfy.
It is comfy, yes. I don't know what temperature it is. Last night on my channel and at my sprints on my channel, it was 4, and people were like, "Oh my god, it's 3 degrees."
Wow.
So
wow,
yeah,
it's cold.
I mean, you know that the concept of the differences between our countries when it comes to like times and temperatures and everything, it does not work in my mind. It's
I
just
know, right?
going up so much. I mean, I get it in theory, but my heart doesn't get it.
Mm.
I'm the same. I'm like, I understand that, but what do you mean it's summer? Like every time people have, the spring tag or like summer TBR list, I'm like, but it's winter. Why? Why would you be doing that?
I feel so sorry in a way, because I feel like it's always our way and never your way. When it comes to the world, you always have to adjust to everybody else.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm a white girl. Like, the fact that I have to like remember that everyone else is living in summer is really not that big of a deal. But I occasionally get a bit like, no, but it's not. When it's book box that's like the spring book box, and you're like,
It must be very disorientating.
Yeah, it's just a little strange. But also I think we kind of, because it's always been that way, like we get the summer blockbusters in winter. Like I just don't think about it. Like I'm just kind of, people talk about reading seasonally. I've never read seasonally because books come out in the opposite season. So like the summer books come out in winter. So I'm like,
Wow.
I've never read seasonally. I don't understand what reading seasonally even is.
Well, to be fair, when I think about how many new releases in terms of has been released this or last month, and I'm already reading it, I'm actually reading. I don't think it matters when they release.
No.
Yeah.
But yeah, of all the things that, you have to adjust to for the world, like being at the opposite season, like I'm not that hard done by, really, when you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're right. I just find it very pretentious of the rest of the world.
It is. But having said that, though, like there are more people in the Northern Hemisphere than there are living in the Southern Hemisphere. So
yeah. I mean, it's probably logic.
But
that way, yeah.
But yeah, I do occasionally get it. Oh, look, it's the beautiful spring, because we're going into spring now. It's the beautiful spring edition of this book box. And I'm like, you guys know you don't have to do it seasonally. Like, but it's all good. It could be worse. I'll just have to get an Australian book box and then make that the opposite season. And then people will be like, but it's winter, Mel. And I'm like, not for me.
It'll be interesting to see how people would react to that. Getting boxes from Australia. I mean, to be fair, most people probably wouldn't get the boxes from Australia because of the shipping costs. But I could see people being very upset with Australian book boxes doing it like counter seasonal for them.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would actually quite like the counter seasonal stuff, because a lot of bookworms are really obsessed with autumn. There's something about autumn in the book community. I don't know what it is, but everyone's obsessed with autumn. So if you were to do an autumn box in the middle of summer, I think a lot of people would really like that.
That's true. They'd be like, oh, look, it's all those autumny vibes that I love so much.
Yeah, they'll be like, oh, now I can't wait for October so I can get my cozy jumpers out.
My theory always was that the cozy October or like autumn vibes really correlate a lot with cozy settling down to read. It's not like summer and everybody wants to go outside and spend time with the family anymore. It's time to stay at home and cozy up with a good read. That's the vibe that I'm getting.
Yeah,
so
that's
my
right.
explanation.
And the socks and the hot chocolate and all of that stuff.
It all just screams, go sit with a book.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, not like
people... Oh, sorry, go on.
No, you go on.
I was saying I've even seen people, where was it? Was it on Instagram or Twitter? I forgot where it was, but I saw someone saying that they already can't wait for autumn, even though summer's literally just, in the UK, summer's literally just begun, and we had about a week of nice weather and it's cold again.
Wow.
So we
1 week.
I know, we can even, hopefully it will come back, but so far the summer that we've had has been a week long and people are already wishing for autumn.
And I mean, like, we haven't even had a proper summer yet.
Yeah, and I mean, the week ended by serious storms, like serious thunderstorms. And I don't know how it is where you are, Lois, but the area that I'm in, we actually had like warnings that we have to expect hail with a 5 centimeter, like 5 centimeter hail.
Oh, wow.
Like,
that's dangerous.
Yeah, super dangerous. Luckily, I haven't seen any here, but I've read it like as a warning for this area. And I'm like, but it's supposed to be summer.
Why?
Yeah. We did have something similar. I don't think we had hail, but there was like a downpour. There was a big downpour a few days ago. Yeah,
that's happening right now as we speak. The positive on that is that I can open my door in the like when it's dark and have my ring light on and not a lot of like things coming inside my house because they already sheltered somewhere else, so I can get the air in with the light on. But yeah. I mean, no, I don't get it. I feel like at the beginning of every season, I'm so ready for that season. So I am so ready for summer now. I do not wish for that to be for it to be autumn, especially because I can read outside on a walk. I can walk. Like last week was the perfect temperature for going on walks, long walks, and then just settling down with a book and reading. The new Kindles, you can take them into the pool. I mean, come on.
Nice.
It's like perfect.
Oh wow! Like they're actually waterproof.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really good.
Splash-proof. I mean, you shouldn't dive with them, but I'm not planning on diving.
So don't sit at the bottom of the pool and read.
Exactly.
Because that would be comfortable.
I mean, that sounds quite perfect to me. Much better than fall weather.
Yeah. I just take it as it comes. I enjoy reading in summer and in the autumn.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, we just enjoy reading.
Yeah, exactly. I definitely change like, yeah, in summer I'll go outside and read in the, you know, in the nice sun. But like in winter, I just sit in the side under the heater. It's fine. I have my cozy hat and my cozy jumper, you know. Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah. So Anna was writing, so she's not asleep yet. Hi. Good to see you.
Hi.
4%.
Najat read 4%. I read some more chapters, but I will go to bed now. Thank you again for hosting. Enjoy your books and have a nice day and night. Bye, Anna.
Bye, Anna. Thank you.
Read 26 pages and I'm in the middle of chapter 58. Oh my, what was...
Wow. You're reading the same book, aren't you?
Yeah, that's why I was just grabbing it.
Oh, what book is it again? Sorry.
The Hero Pages. I'm just... What was chapter 58?
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember that quickly. Oh, it was the last one before... Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, have fun. 36 pages. Nice.
That's nice.
I really need to continue. Yeah. I have, I think, 2.5 hours left of reading. So, yeah, 2.5 hours. That's how much I still need to read today. So.
Are you guys buddy reading that one, or is it an accidental?
Yeah, I mean, we coincidentally had it both on our TBR, and then we said, well, why don't we buddy read it? And then we both were late on our schedule, as like, I feel like most buddy reads seem to go.
Yeah, Connor and I buddy read a lot, and when we're always like, yeah, either one of us is miles ahead or the other one. We're never on at the same time.
So how do the two of you, how do you buddy read? Or what's your like system to buddy read?
We don't really have one anymore. When we first started buddy reading together, we would do like we'd separate amount of chapters per day or whatever. But since one of us will get up to the point and be like, I just want to read a bit more. So now we kind of just basically tell each other where we're up to and then talk about wherever we're up to, like the person who's up to this.
So how do you talk about, like, do you set special times when you are connecting, or do you just...
No, we just message each other and very informal.
It's difficult when you're buddy reading and you're ahead of the other person and something big's gone down and you can't talk about it with them. You have to wait for them to catch up.
Yeah.
It's usually Connor that's ahead because
so you're saying it doesn't matter because it's not me?
No, I think that, I think that it's confusing because we started out making, like, you know, we'd read 5 chapters a day, say for example, and then because I'm 9 hours ahead, I would then be like, okay, so if I read my chapters tonight, then I would be effectively reading my chapters in Connor's today morning, if that makes sense. So then I just get myself confused because I'm like, where am I supposed to be up to? I don't even know. So now we're just kind of like, whatever. And whoever's read the least amount of pages, that's what we talk about. But sometimes we'll be like, are you up to here yet? Oh my God, I need to, Yeah,
I know that feeling.
Do you buddy read a lot, Lois?
Yeah, there's one booktuber, and she's also on Instagram as well. We always end up reading the same books, which is really weird. Like, we don't plan it. We follow each other on Instagram and things like that. But she'll be reading a book, and then I'll be like, that's really weird. I'm reading that book too. And then we'll inadvertently end up buddy reading it. And there was one book that we, I don't know if I spoke about it before, but with you, Cece, it's called How the One-Armed Sister Sweeps Her House. Did I tell you I was reading that at all?
It sounds familiar.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I told you or someone else.
I think you did.
Well, please. But yeah, we were both reading that book, and then we just decided just to do a buddy read because we might as well, you know. And we were both struggling to get into it because it starts really slowly, and then at some point after the first 100 pages, it really kicks off. And then it gets so much more interesting. And I was reading it a lot faster than her. So certain things happened. And I was messaging her like, oh my god, have you gotten up to this point yet? This has happened. So yeah.
And
Yeah,
she's like, what? Don't tell me that.
Yeah. So with a couple of people that I've been doing regular buddy reads with, I feel like my favorite system at this point is to be on a messaging app that allows for audio messages. And then we just write like whoever's reading first or is ahead. We usually do a schedule, but I have not. I feel like have I ever read a buddy read that I or the person I'm reading it with, we both have completely stuck to the schedule? I'm not sure. But it's like a vague thing to know like how we're spreading it. And then what we would do is just like the first person to, let's say, reach chapter 5 would just write in the messaging app chapter 5 and then record their reaction to it and their thoughts. This way, if you're not up to chapter 5, you don't listen to it, you cannot accidentally get spoiled in terms of the content, but I still feel like I can tell her right now what I'm feeling, and she's going to listen to it when she's ready for it. And I've even had a book that where my friend stopped reading for a while because she couldn't take it, and I kept making audio messages across the whole book. And 2 months later, she picked it up again, and then she started responding to the audio messages, and it still was so much fun because then you start talking about that point, because she's then reacting to exactly what I was reacting to, and it just felt like we were reading it at the same time still, even though it was months apart. That was really, really cool. It doesn't seem to work with every book. Right now, for The Hero of Ages, I started doing it that way. But when I'm out walking and listening to the audiobook doesn't tell me what chapter I'm on. So standing in the woods and trying to like, okay, what chapter am I in to record my reaction? It's not happening. I'm sorry, Anna. That's why I haven't been sending audio messages. But if I'm not listening to it on audiobook, I love that system. It's so convenient, and it's just my favorite thing.
One of my I did a buddy read once with about maybe four people. So it was essentially like a group read as opposed to a buddy read. What we did was we all downloaded this app called Marco Polo, where you can record a short video about your thoughts on the book, or it's like a bit like a conferencing app. So we would use it to record a short clip of ourselves talking about the book. And then that way anyone could see it and respond to it directly. And what we did was we agreed a time that we would all be online together and have like a bit like this, but it's a bit different. It's like you just record yourself and you film a short clip, and it's like a storyboard essentially.
I love that.
That sounds really cool.
I totally have to look at that.
Yeah, and ever since I did that, I've always wanted to do it again. It was a lot of fun to do it that way. But if you're planning on doing a group read, I would recommend downloading Marco Polo.
It's a very, very good recommendation. It comes at the right time. Over the last 2 weeks, we have 2 weeks ago, we started planning that a couple of people on these sprints, we want to read The Perfume together in July. So if anybody who's watching right now is interested in reading The Perfume by Patrick Süskind in July with us, let me know. We're, I think, 4 or 5 people at this point reading together. If more people want to join, please do. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and I think it's the type of book that you really want to talk about when you're reading it. And yeah, definitely, I'm going to check out that app to see if right now we have a Discord channel, but
this might sound also good.
Yeah. Maybe we're going to have to move to that app. It sounds amazing.
Yeah,
it was a lot of fun. I did really look forward to our weekly discussions.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely try that out.
Yeah, I'll definitely look into it. Sounds perfect. Taking a break from packing and thinking of picking up a book. What do you want to pick up then? Let us know. Or do you end up going back to packing? Read 30 pages.
Good
Nice.
job. That's awesome.
That might be it as well. Pumpkin spice everything. But also I feel like I hate pumpkin spice all throughout the year, and then come October I suddenly love it. I don't think I could have it all year round. I like fall because I love spooky books. Then can you not read spooky books in spring or summer or winter?
You can, but it doesn't have the same vibe. You kind of need that atmosphere of
Right.
getting yeah.
So this is where I'm saying I've never read seasonally, because to me in October, spookiness and spring, so I just don't get people when they say like, I love October because I love spooky books and it's getting cold, and I'm like, okay. Plus Halloween just isn't a thing. I mean, it is starting to be more now, but when I was a kid, like, basically the weirdos on the corner did Halloween, and then
Well, I'm scared. Oh, because of my reaction. Don't be scared. Buttery, it sounds interesting. Well, you should read The Perfume with us. I'm going to read it in German, by the way, so you can too, Rudy. So you come read with us. And I know that Rudy is going to join us when we will be reading Eye of the World. So
awesome. Is that Perfume? Is that there's a Netflix show that's called Perfume? Is that based on that book?
I don't.
Or is
what's the Netflix show about?
I haven't watched the whole thing, but it's about, I think it's something to do with people when it's kind of one of those shows where they flip between present and past, and someone is murdered, and then there's something to do with their sweat glands being taken, and then it harks back to some weird thing that these kids got into when they were teenagers, to do with like scents of people and like creating perfume based on people's scent rather than
I don't think, I mean,
it's been a while since I watched the first couple of episodes, and then I haven't watched it again.
It is. So The Perfume by Patrick Süskind is the story of a murderer. Let me just read you this. It's a terrifying examination of what happens when one man's indulgence in his greatest passion, his sense of smell, leads to murder.
Didn't that become a movie? Is
Yes.
it set in France?
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that it has become a movie.
I think I saw that movie.
I think it is very, very dark and very, very terrifying, because it's in the mind of somebody. Yeah. So right up my alley. Dark and terrifying and creepy. And
Perfume, the story of a murderer.
Yeah.
I think the Netflix... Is it good? I haven't seen it. I was going to watch it, and then I don't know why I did. I assumed that it was good.
To be honest with you, I watched it years ago, so I don't really remember, but I do remember it being very, very dark. And and the main character, you got the sense of his obsession with capturing the essence of things.
Yeah.
And I remember this one scene where he kills some woman. I don't remember if she was like a noble woman or something, but yeah, I remember that. I remember that movie. So it's that book you're reading.
Yeah. Yes.
I see.
And I think that I think it's actually in some and people read it in school. And I've seen people discuss if it's appropriate for school, because it goes into the mind of a villain very, very much, and it might be too much for kids to go there and understand why and everything. So but I'm really looking forward to reading that together with people and discussing it. And I mean, I don't like horror, but I like the horrific aspects of the human mind, and I like evilness. So this is probably going to be right for me.
Well, it depends how old the children are, to be honest. If they're like high school children, then I'm sure I was reading books that were worse than that, or I've seen movies that were worse than Perfume. You know,
well, the question is how worse and what aspect, and I think it's a difference between, did you pick it because you wanted to watch it, or did your teacher force you to read something like this? Because you can probably decide if you're ready for this type of book and for this type of story, and going into a villainous mind and talking about what makes a man become such an evil person, because you're ready for it, or because you're forced by a teacher.
Yeah,
I think that would be upper high school, like, yeah. I'm just, when you said before in school, I was shaking my head because I was like trying to imagine a grade 6 class, and I was just like, oh good lord, I would never, what? But yeah,
I think from the age 14 upwards, or maybe 15, 16 upwards, because at that age they've discovered a lot of this stuff anyway. And you can try and protect them as much as you want. They're gonna find this stuff anyway. So, and
in a way, reading it with a teacher who can help them to dive into and pull it apart and understand it a bit more might be more beneficial than reading it by themselves, because they don't have that ability to really study it and understand where it's coming from. And they, you know, whereas with a teacher, they might actually be guided a bit more and be able to be like, oh god, that freaked me out, you know, what did you guys think, kind of thing.
I mean, that's a good point. I just read a couple of reviews on Amazon. There were like 1-star reviews, and most of them are by kids who were forced to read it and that do not understand why they had to read something this horrific. That are not able to make that jump to understanding the humanity about the evilness. You make a really good point saying that it's more guided, but then when I remember back to school, I just like, how much did I really listen to my teacher? Especially in high school. I didn't listen to everything my teacher said, so I don't know how much I would be guided through this. I
don't think that it's necessarily beneficial to try and censor everything. It's not everything, but just try and because what age would you classify as suitable for them to be learning about violence and reading about it?
No. I'm not talking about protecting kids from violence. That came out wrong, but from like hearing about violence and seeing violence. And you're right, they see that in movies and everything. But I think that this particular book, going into an evil mind and trying to understand the thought process, is something where I wouldn't put an age on. I would put it on when you feel ready to go there. Absolutely. And not because your teacher forces you to go there. Because it's a dark place where if you're not mentally ready, I don't think that it's good for you. It's not just about like murder or violence. It's about understanding somebody who has murderous thoughts. And I don't think that there's an age where you can say, now you're ready. Somebody might be ready at age 14 and somebody might not be ready at age 21. And you probably know best if you're ready for that journey. That's my perspective. So I don't think it's about age. It's about being forced.
I feel like it would be the sort of thing that, like, if I were running a grade 12 English class, I feel like it'd be the sort of thing where I would potentially have like 3 or 4 books that I'd say, these are the 3 or 4 books that we could study this year. What do you guys think? And like give them information and let them make that choice. And then if they want to, that would be fine. Or as a special project, potentially, like, you guys, not everyone in the class has to do this, but if you feel ready, it's full on. But if you're ready, I'm here to yeah, that could.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
But I don't teach grade 12, so I have no idea how possible that would be.
I think the one who mentioned was in grade 9 where they were forced to read it.
Yeah, I feel like that's too young to force it. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say it's too young to read it, because like you said, Lois, kids do find these things by themselves anyway. And if they feel ready, even if they don't feel ready, they sometimes do make that choice. But
True.
As a teacher, I would not make a class read a book that half of them would not cope with.
Yeah, of course. When you say grade 9, how old is that?
That is 14, 15.
I'm thinking if it's the same. I haven't been to school in a long time, but I'm trying to think. How old are you when you're in year? We call it year 9 in the UK. God, I don't remember. Let's see. So when you're in year 7, you're 11. So I have to calculate it. So you must be what, 13, 14, I think, in the UK.
Yeah. So in Australia, you'd be in year 9, you'd be 14, 15.
Ah, okay. Yeah, so around that age, I feel like around that age, children have already experienced quite a lot. And I think that they have the capacity to handle, things like that. Obviously, if they really can't cope with it, then I agree with you. You shouldn't be forcing it on them. But at that point, then they're at an age where they can start learning, about the darker side of humanity, things like that.
It's a difficult one because obviously we want to protect children, but you're right. If they're already accessing it, then it's better that they have the safe place where they can discuss it, and if you're a teacher, then surely your role is to help guide them. But when I was teaching a couple of years ago, I was teaching grade 6 class, and there was a boy with 12-year-olds. And there was a boy who was reading Game of Thrones, and so I was on one day a week, and his main teacher, and she and I were both just like, what's he doing reading Game of Thrones? Like, oh my God. But we couldn't stop him. Like, he was reading it in his own time. And not that we would want to stop him, but we were just a bit kind of like, oh, that's way too old for a 12-year-old. And this kid he had seen a lot. There was a lot of trauma and stuff in his past. So potentially he was ready for it. But at the same time, I feel like that's even more worrying, because if you've experienced trauma, have you had a chance to really deal with that yourself? And I mean,
his sounds like quite a special case then.
Yeah.
If he has a history of trauma. I was thinking at that age, a lot of kids have discovered things like porn.
Yeah.
Especially nowadays where it's so accessible.
Oh yeah.
Grade 6 is actually, like, I think of grade 6 as being, it's the last year of primary school here. And I think of myself in that year, and I was a lot younger, but they're actually, like, puberty starts earlier these days. So they're actually already older than I would have been at that age, if that makes sense.
And then again, honestly, if this kid picked it himself and is enjoying it, then it's the right time for them to read it.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm very, very pro, if you pick it and if you enjoy it, then go ahead and read it. It's probably appropriate for you, versus making a full class read it where I don't know if the people are ready.
Oh yeah, I mean, there were kids in that class who wouldn't have been capable of reading it, let alone, like, in terms of their reading capacity, let alone mentally and emotionally ready for it. And this one particular, I mean, of all the kids in that class, if any of them was going to be reading Game of Thrones, it would have been like, if any of them said to me, do you think I should read this book? The only one that I would have said, yeah, that's probably okay for you, would have been the one that was reading it. So yeah, but I get, you're right. Like, it is choice. And he did seem fine with it, but I was just myself being like, oh God.
Understandable.
It's probably probably it's better for him to read the books than to watch the series, because
Yeah.
I feel like I haven't read it all, but I feel like the scenes that might be inappropriate are much more appropriate if it's in your mind and not on the
Yes, then if
screen.
it's on the screen. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Because it's in your mind already anyway. So
Yes, definitely.
So Melissa has I Have a Dark and Hollow Star or Wrath and the Dawn. Probably has
Ooh.
decided at this point because we've been chatting for a while again. Jocelyn agrees that she needs the atmosphere. Summer, when hosted by Olivia reads a letter, and Gabby are hosting starting July 2nd to the 8th. So it's a readathon like a summer readathon. When are you doing Eye of the World? We
Oh,
don't know. We don't know. I think
I think we're starting in August. I think we're
potentially,
reading
yeah.
that
We're
one in
still trying
August.
to iron out a few things because it's a big commitment and we want to do it right. I think we're at the point where we can safely say it's not going to start in July. But watch that space for August.
Yeah, because it's 14 months.
I like that. Summerween.
Summerween.
That sounds amazing. I kind of like it, Summerween.
Yeah.
Let's make that a thing.
Summerween.
It'll be for the bookworms who are waiting for autumn and summer.
Yeah.
Or is that the readathon, Summerween?
Oh, maybe.
Sounds like it. July 2nd to the 8th.
Inspired by the book but modernized. Are you talking about the Netflix perfume series?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense because it sounded a little bit like going there, but then not fully. So thank you,
Yeah, it
Joss.
sounded really similar when you were describing it, but yeah, it's not exactly the same.
There's an age in which you understand morals. That's true.
Absolutely, definitely.
Very.
I think it's a really difficult conversation because it's not just a teacher and the children involved as well. It's like the parents and yeah. And what you like you were saying, what one child can handle, another child 100% couldn't. And even they might say, I can handle that, and you're like, yeah, no.
To be fair, I'm always usually for that we underestimate our kids, that kids are much smarter than we think. I think I'm basing a lot of my reaction on the 1-star reviews that I read because these were 1-star reviews from kids that were forced to read it, and they obviously weren't able to grasp it. And I think that we overestimate the influence that a teacher has at that point, especially when they're in puberty. I think that half of the class is probably not listening, not doing their homework, and then you are reading a book like this where they're just half-assing it. I'm not sure if that's a good thing.
That's another reason why I think that that's the kind of thing you'd wait until upper high school, because by the time I was in my last year of high school, I was much more invested in all of my work. And so
because you made a choice to be there.
Exactly.
As well, and you made a choice that this is the class that you were taking. That made a huge difference for most people.
Definitely.
I don't think that people won't understand it if they take the time to actually wanting to understand it. But I think that most kids at that age don't even want to.
Don't really care. Yeah. And if they're given a choice too, like if it's okay, like I was saying before, let's talk about the 4 books we could potentially read this year and study. What do you prefer? If they all put their hands up, and then if they all are able to say they read the first chapter and say, oh God, this is more than I thought it was, you know, then you can just, the teacher can be like, okay, are we going to continue?
Right. Yeah. My school never made us read anything except the Quran and some religious texts and maybe some poetry and history. Interesting. It's very, very selective. And then also porn is censored. I don't know if I think that's a good or bad thing. I don't
It's
know if I
actually
have.
censored in a lot of countries. Isn't it still
Yeah.
censored in Japan, I think?
I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know if I like. It's worrying how extremely readily accessible it is and how little we can monitor it at this point. But then again, I also might be of the opinion that we should normalize sexuality a lot more.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
It's not something dirty, it's something human. So
Yeah. And maybe if we normalized it, we wouldn't have quite as much gratuitous porn because people wouldn't be having to go and find it.
because they see it on
And
the
a sneaky
street.
thing because it would be a more normal conversation, so they wouldn't have to be sneaking around and.
Yeah, I
I don't know
definitely
if that
think
makes
that
sense.
people are a bit too afraid to talk about sex. And then it translates in the way that we teach our children. Like a lot of them
Yeah.
grow up not really understanding much about it. I remember I didn't my class, my sex education lessons were, first of all, I don't even remember them. What were they? But yeah, you don't learn enough to prepare you for the real world.
No.
Especially if you're queer, then you don't learn anything.
Yeah.
So that would really be great if we could like normalize those conversations.
Yes. I think
Definitely.
in sex ed we learned everything about the biological process, but not the emotional one, which I find, especially for kids, super important too. But at least we all understood everything about biology, and about like, no, kissing does not make you pregnant and stuff like
Yes.
that.
Yes, we understood that quite easily as well. But yeah, you're right. The emotional side of it is, and are you ready, and how to know if you're ready, and how to make judgment for yourself. Like this is my soapbox, but I really feel like, especially in the last 20 years, like people just make so many judgments for their children, and so just from risk point of view, like the helicopter parents you hear about, and then there's children grow up not knowing how to do things, how to live their lives, because everything's decided for them, and then they suddenly become an adult and they have to decide how to live their lives, and they've never had to make choices. So
they're not prepared for a lot of those choices they have to make.
My son's school is quite good about these things, and it's part of why I picked that school for him. They at some points do some very like life skill based things, where in other schools they would be like, oh, why do they leave the kids alone with that? They got to learn. And it's one of those things, like, I don't care what my son is doing in some areas where other parents are like, oh my God, you have to monitor that more. I'm like, well, he's going to be moving out in a year. Why should I monitor it? I want to teach him how to use it properly so he doesn't overdose on it when he leaves the house and can do it without being monitored. So, I don't know. But when it comes to sexuality, I'm just wondering who is the right person to teach, because my son doesn't want to hear about it from me. Does he want to hear about it from one of the teachers? I don't think so. I'm not sure. Like the biology part, hearing about that in school and being taught about like reproductive systems and everything, that makes sense. But the emotional part, as a kid, I don't think I wanted to hear from my parents or my teachers about that and get the education somewhere else.
That's part of the problem, I think, is we kind of have this psyche about how having conversations about sex with your parents or with your teachers is, I don't know, like socially frowned
weird
upon or something like that. So I think that's why even me, I agree with Cece. I would never have those conversations with my parents. Like we just didn't talk about that, I think that's part of the problem. Like if I ever was to become a mother, then I think based on what I've learned and experienced, I would try and, foster a place where they feel like they can talk to me about that. It might be awkward.
Well, yeah, I get what you're saying. I hope that I was able to create that safe space for my son to come to me when he needs to and wants to. But I don't think it's about being open about sexuality. I think it's more about when you're hitting puberty, there's things that you simply feel misunderstood about from your, like, especially when it comes to your parents. And no matter how much of an understanding space you're trying to create as a kid in puberty that wants to rebel and that wants to kind of detach from your parents, I'm not sure that me as a parent is the right person to talk to and learn from, because I see how my son automatically goes into, no, if you're saying it, it's not true. But if somebody else is saying the exact same thing, it is true. And I don't think it's about sex. It's about generally at that age.
That's the rebellion. That's when they.
Yeah. So I think it's more about that and not about normalizing sexuality. That I'm not sure who the right person to teach it is,
I wonder if we this is structural change, like it's not going to happen with just one parent and child, but I wonder if it's more about normalizing it to a point where we know that 16-year-olds probably learn more from their peers. So we want it to be a place where it's so normal. There's an understanding in society in general, so that what they're discussing with each other is going to be along the same lines as what they might have heard from their parents or whatever in the past, rather than, but I don't know how you do that though.
No, it's not. When it comes to other topics, I've gone through that with my son with like eating disorder and kind of lifestyle choices that we might need help with, where I feel like I could give him all the resources mentally that he needs, but he needs an external resource. And I feel like coaches that are in like on the younger side, that he still feels like he can relate to, but also feels like they're grown up enough that they take him seriously. That has been the right balance for us. Not a teacher that he sees about a certain subject or something. Like we had a nutrition coach where he felt like, okay, that's a person that is an expert on that topic, and because they take me seriously as a young adult, but also I can take them seriously because they're a master at their craft. That felt like the right thing for that topic. So I don't know what's the right thing.
Yeah, it's hard.
Melissa still hasn't picked a book. Highly likely in August. That's about the Eye of the World.
Eye of the World, yeah.
That's
the readathon.
Summerween. I love it. My phone
Nice.
Love that. So what's the Twitter handle for Summerween? Also, Mel from Simply Melanie is hosting the summer season. That's completely Melanie and Simply Kailani, I think.
Okay.
They're hosting the summer season-a-thon for the whole month of July. You start caring a lot more when you have to pay to take the class. Yes, that's very true
as well. Yes, definitely.
Very true.
Definitely.
The problem is that we don't have any kind of sex education. That is problematic. I think that is like the biological part needs to be there. And I do think it would be good in school to address gender versus sex.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know the difference.
Yeah. Normalizing sex is one thing. Porn is so fake. It's very misleading. That is very true. Very, very true. And our kids learn from porn more than anything, I guess.
And that's what that's kind of what I was getting at before when I said maybe if it was more normalized, we wouldn't have its prevalence, because it wouldn't be filling a vacuum.
Do you know, I think that I feel like porn would still exist because it's existed for so long. It's existed for like centuries. Didn't it originate in like ancient Greece or something like
Yeah.
that?
Not a porn expert.
I think it would.
Pottery with pornography was very common at
Yeah,
Okay.
at like dinner
hear
parties, and you know, you drink and then there'd be like slowly this picture would reveal itself.
I hear what you're saying. Like if we weren't so afraid of talking about sex, then it would definitely change the way that porn is presented. It wouldn't be presented in the very fake way
Yeah.
that it is today, or that the very
You think
debased
so,
way that
though?
it is.
Because
Possibly.
Or at least maybe people would go to it knowing how, like teenagers that are looking at it wouldn't necessarily assume, because, you know, there's a whole thing of when you start having sex, you're like worried about how I'm not going to be as good as that person or whatever. And it's like, maybe they would have less fear about their own aptitude.
But honestly, I'm not sure. Just speculating here, but looking at where our society is right now and how we're treating things in social media and how our kids are being influenced by it, you would assume that kids know that a face with no pores is fake. But I've just a while ago, I've been talking to a doctor who's in one of the hot areas in Germany for plastic surgery and beauty standards, and they said that their most requested thing is young girls coming in wanting to have skin without pores, because that's what they see on Instagram.
Skin without pores.
Yeah, they want their skin to be smoothed out so that they don't see the pores anymore, because they feel like seeing pores is wrong. So they're asking what they're offering, and when the people in the plastic surgery tell them that there's nothing that they're offering because pores in the skin is needed and healthy and normal,
of course.
It's like their worldview is shattering, because that's what they see on Instagram. They see all these like smooth skin, and they're so desperate to get this that they are going and asking a plastic surgeon how to achieve it. And when they're saying there's nothing to achieve it, it's just a filter, it's like, but I need this, you know?
So they don't want to perspire at all then? Because if they don't have that, then that's potentially fatal, right?
I think
it's ignorance, but
I don't
be good for you.
No, I think it's just very, very worrying that, first of all, these kids think that it exists. This beauty standard exists in real life, and then that they go out and try to get it somehow, and that it's actually crushing them mentally when they learn that it is not something real that they can achieve, because they still want to achieve it somehow. So knowing that from like the beauty industry, and then knowing from like the fitness industry, how much fake and realness there is, and how much people are influenced by these fake influencers, and how it leads to eating disorders, I'm not sure that porn would get more realistic. Just by people talking about it more openly and being more normalized. I think it might even get worse.
I just feel like it's a structural change, not just of one specific thing that like needs to happen. Like we need to change the beauty industry. We need to change like everything. And
I mean, the way I'm looking at it is, if we, you know, make it more mainstream to have these conversations, then it might not be the case. But the way I see it is, young people will be less inclined to depend so heavily on porn and to assume that what happens in porn is what happens in real life, and they need to, you know, do these certain things, or say certain things, or act in certain ways, because they would have been taught that that's not actually how it goes in real life. So they will be less inclined to rely so heavily on it. But that's just hypothetical, you know.
I know.
might not
Yeah.
be the case.
I see what you're saying. I'm just wondering from like what I've seen with like the beauty industry and how they're perceiving it. I'm not sure that if it would be more normalized. Well, first of all, I think there's still going to be a market and there's still going to be a desire for it because porn
yeah.
it speaks to people who do not who need that release and cannot have that right now in real life or don't even want it in real life. I mean, there's enough people who are in a relationship who could have that real experience, but that just want a quick release using it. So I still think that there's going to be the same amount of desire to use it. It might even be more because if it's normalized, people wouldn't feel so bad about using it.
Yeah,
it would just be a
true.
tool to use. But then if we would normalize using porn, which I'm actually all for, I think why not? Then would we be able to normalize what people see, and would we be able to influence people being able to understand that this is fake and this is not fake? And I'm wondering if we would be able to get there. Probably over time, yes. Similar to like the beauty standards, I feel like we're getting more and more onto a wave of people showing like unfiltered, no makeup, this is the real me, and there's a desire for that coming more and more. But it's probably a long process where it needs to get worse before it gets better. I don't know.
Very true. Could go either way.
That's a problem when they don't understand many things. They will not identify when something wrong is being done to them. Also, when using euphemism to call parts of the body. About the perfume, right? That's a very good point. I don't think they have a Twitter handle. She mostly does YouTube and Instagram. So probably if you look up Summer Ween on YouTube, you'll probably find it. Yeah, send the link to the video. Maybe you can post the link to the video after the live show in the comments, because in the chat during a live show you can't post links, but after the show you can put it in the comments so people can go back to
Oh,
this.
okay.
And
I didn't know that.
my mom was so unwilling to talk about anything sex related. I had my first annual checkup and was traumatized. Oh my gosh. She said I should have known when I got upset because she didn't explain beforehand.
Who didn't explain beforehand? Because the medical professional should have explained what they were going to do before they did it.
Yeah, of course.
Regardless of whether they thought you knew stuff or not.
Yeah, I'm completely confused by
even if you did know, they still, as your standard, procedure, they would still have to explain.
Yeah, and they need to check. They need to ask your permission before they do things. Like even if they know full well, like even if you've gone in for a pap smear, they still always ask, "I'm going to do this now. Is that okay?"
Oh God, I've got a pap smear booked in a couple of weeks. Not looking forward to it. It'll be fine.
It would be weird.
It would be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God, I can't wait.
After a year of quarantine, I look forward to a pap smear.
I just want to get it over and done with so I can stop worrying about it.
Yeah. It's an awkward feeling. So, yeah. It's a bit difficult when public schools are segregated by sex in Kuwait. So we were taught about the reproductive system, but nothing about sex.
Oh.
Okay. I mean, honestly, even if it's segregated by sex, the schools, you can still talk about it and be prepared, So I think that's no excuse. I understand how it might make it worse if you don't want to, but I don't think it's an excuse. You could. And
how do you talk about the reproductive system without talking about sex?
Just talk about isolated organs.
The actual,
I promise that people, taking photos to the plastic surgeon, photos of people's faces with those silly filters that augments the face in many ways that you look almost cartoonish. Yeah, that's what he said as well.
That's so upsetting.
Sorry to interrupt. Just wanted to ask if we're doing another sprint. Yes, we've been talking again.
don't be apologizing for interrupting or asking about reading, Anna.
Because you're right, we're talking too much. I obviously love talking, and I need to get a grip on
Yes, fair enough.
that.
Oh, I see what you mean, Jocelyn. Oh, that must have been so upsetting.
Hmm.
You poor thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must have been difficult.
Yeah.
Yay for being an adult.
Yay!
As an adult, we're going to make the decision to do
To
another
read
sprint
some more.
because
I'm actually gonna leave you girls. Sorry I didn't say it
Right.
earlier because it's
That's fair enough.
It's
You
half
put
past
on board.
midnight here.
Yeah,
in the
that's
UK.
that's fair enough.
absolutely fair. And we have been talking way too much I mean, honestly, we wanted to sprint and we've been chatting and chatting and chatting.
I still got a lot of reading done though, so it's been very productive. Thank you.
Excellent.
Good.
Because you guys have been online now for 4 hours, haven't you?
Yeah.
That's a lot of even with
It's been a
chatting.
while.
Well, you don't know how much we've been chatting, though.
Fair enough.
All right.
Well,
I
nice to meet
will
you,
love your
Rose.
interview. Yes, nice to meet you too, Mel. Hopefully it won't be the last time. We must do it again.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks for
Okay,
joining.
take care. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. And we'll just jump right into the next sprint. So
Yes.
see you in 45. Happy reading.
Happy reading.
It's
Hello.
time. Welcome
It
back.
is indeed. Welcome back. How did you go?
Really good. 49 pages. I think I have a little under 2 hours to go to get to the finish line, and I feel like this is going to be this is the end of this trilogy-ish. This is the end of this book. I might need to stop sprinting and just read for 2 hours to finish this now.
Yeah.
Because you're getting to that to that point
What
where I'm
time
like,
is it
I'm
for
not.
you? What time is it for you?
To 2:23. So it's
In the
half
AM.
a.m. Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
very
I
much a
can.
night owl.
Yes, indeed. But I would not be able to sprint for 45 minutes and then stop and chat and sprint for 45 minutes and then stop and chat and do another sprint for 45 minutes to finish this book before
Fair enough.
going to sleep. That is going to be too long. So I think this might be might have been the last one, simply
Yeah.
because I need to finish the book.
That's fair enough. That works for me anyway because it's 10:30 and it's probably time I went and, faced the universe.
Facing
Faced
the
the day.
universe.
I know.
Ugh.
Right?
Not good. How did you do though?
I actually haven't been keeping track of how many pages I've been reading in these sprints. I think I read about 20 pages,
Okay.
which is pretty good. I started the book. I started this morning with at page 120 roughly, I think, and I'm up to page 229. So I'm pretty happy with that. Roughly 100 pages in a morning of sprints.
Yeah, that's good. I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, starting a morning like that is probably the best.
Yeah. Yeah,
Already,
it's pretty nice.
it's already so accomplished before your day starts.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I love about sprinting on your channel when it's my morning and your evening, because then I get the same feeling of like, yes, I still have my evening sprint to come, and I already read so much today.
And now I've bookended the day with reading, which is one of our favorite ways to have a day. And then you can feel like it doesn't matter if I don't read it for the rest of the day because I'll be still have read heaps.
Yeah. Melissa's already gone. Thank you for
Bye,
joining.
Melissa.
Page 590.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, I think if we have the same edition, because this edition has a lot more pages than others, and I think we might have the same edition. I'm like 20 pages ahead of you, so we're very much at the same point.
Oh, that's good.
And you're probably feeling exactly the same thing, that like sprinting with long chats in between is not the way to go. Yeah,
Fair enough.
we are reading it together somehow. 5%, that's awesome.
That's good. Fantastic. Oh, nice.
Wow, that's only like you can finish that right after the sprint, like easy. It'll take me 3 to 4 hours to finish, but I need to finish tonight, otherwise Sanderson's going to kill me. Yeah.
It's a bit like that with Sanderson sometimes.
But honestly, does it really take you 3 to 4 hours to finish? Because we've been reading at the same pace. And the audiobook that I've been having on along with it says 1 hour 50 minutes. So I feel like 3 to 4 hours is a little bit longer than what you would need. I hate that I can never do a sprint because it's like 4 a.m. for me. Yeah. Well, but Mel is doing sprints on Eli's channel at a different time, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Ellie's channel is at 9:30 in the morning on Saturdays. So alternate. So we do Sunday night on my channel, 8 o'clock, and then the next week we do 9:30 a.m. on Saturday on Ellie's channel, and then the next week we do 8 o'clock Sunday night on my channel, and then the next week, we'll go back to Ellie's. Yeah. So you can come and join Ellie and I on Ellie's channel. It's the same people. Me and Ellie.
And cows.
And cows, exactly. And other people sometimes too. If you want to come on and host with us, I'm sure that would be fantastic.
So there you go. I started 3 books and I only have 20 pages left to read for today. That's awesome.
Nice.
I have the white cover ebook. Okay. Mine is 800 pages. Okay. Yeah, so this one is I think 700, like without the without all the like stuff in the back with all the explanation. It's like just the book is 724. So yeah, that's a very different point in the story then. I'm about to start chapter 63. Yeah, I'm at 69. So okay.
So you're, yep, a bit ahead.
What time
It's
is that?
10, almost 10:30 in the morning.
Anna, why don't you do the calculation? Why does Mel have to do that for you?
Well, because I'm not calculating, I'm just looking at the time. What time is it for you, Anna?
No, it's like the sprints. She's asking what the sprints.
Oh, sorry. I don't know. Are you in Colombia? Is that correct?
I don't even know what time zone that is, Anna. But you know what?
Let's see if I can figure that out. I use the currency time converter.
I use timeanddate.com and just look it up. And Mel, if you can just mention is it AEDT or no? AEDT is the one that's later, right?
No, AEST, Australian Eastern Standard Time. Sorry, give me a moment. I'm just trying to figure that out.
When did you say again was that for you? Because I have things on a...
So my time is my time is AEST, Australian Eastern Standard Time.
No, what are the sprints on Ellie's channel?
9:30 a.m. on Saturday.
So that would be 6:30 p.m. I think for you, Anna.
Thank you, Cece.
I think so. So yeah, it's AEST, your time zone.
Yeah.
Haven't calculated myself because I have no idea what time's on the other person. That's fair. That's fair. I'm just
fair.
messing with you.
What time zone are you in? You're in. Is that correct, Cece? Do you know? Is Anna in? Yes, it would be. I think.
Yeah, if you're doing it on a Saturday.
Saturday morning would be Friday the next day. Yeah.
And you do them on Sunday evening, which is my Saturday noonish, and that's really early for the US area. And those are the 2 times that you do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I always do like Sunday ones.
Yeah, me too. So Ellie's channel would probably be the better one for you because that would be. I don't know what time zone you're in, but I'm assuming you're in one of the states, the United States, same time zone. So that would be around 6 or 7 in the evening on Friday. But yes, everyone, please join me and Ellie and other various hosts on our 2 channels for sprints and other things.
Yes,
definitely. Lots of very weird, random conversations.
I mean, we talk too much on my channel about everything in the world, but honestly, on your channel, it's always just so much laughs and giggles. Especially,
we talk about some very silly things.
Yeah. Especially if Connor is joining as well. I don't know. He cracks me up so much.
Yeah, definitely.
15 hours time difference. That is just creating an error in my brain.
I certainly can.
Yeah. All right. And I think with this, we're going to finish up these reading sprints. So you can connect after or on Twitter or whatever. But I need to go finish book
Fair
because
enough.
book has me hooked, and book needs to be finished before I fall asleep. And that is becoming more and more a likely
Likely
come
thing,
off
yep.
need of the night. Oh my gosh. See, I can't even talk anymore. So that is a clear sign to stop. All right. Thank you, everyone who was watching. Make sure
Thanks,
to
guys.
subscribe to everyone and go watch their channels because they're all awesome content creators. And good night, good morning,
Good night. Thank you for having
everyone.
me.
And goodbye. See you again soon.